Yeah, thanks Harsha for starting the recording over here. So let us proceed ahead with today's session. Yeah, yeah, thanks Harsha. Yeah, so guys, first of all, as we were talking about the configuration, okay, so let us talk about the points on configuration over there. So we are talking about the configuration of integration sessions today. Now, the first thing which we are going to look for today is, guys, what are the what you can say things which we have to do so that the configuration can happen properly over there. That means the scenario which we have seen over there, how it will be implemented through the configuration steps. So the first thing first is like you will go to your ERP over there. Okay, let me just extend or not extend, actually zoom this screen. Yeah. So basically you will see when you will go to your ERP or S4 HANA over there. Okay, so there you will just click on this node, integration with other SAP component, and there what you will get the business suite integration component for Ariba. Okay, now if you go to your project first, immediately we'll go to a project in the system, guys. Okay, and then you will check the ERP system over there, correct? And in the ERP system, basically what you will see is what that Manoj, SAP Business Suite integration component for Ariba is not present. So whatever you told is wrong. So can any of you guys take a guess why these components will be present whenever your implementation has been done? But this node, SAP Business Suite integration component for Ariba, will not be present when you are going for a implementation of Ariba. Any guess? Okay. Only business function, guys. See, business function means always remember that thus what you can say, each and every install or basically SAP object is present within your SAP system. You just need to activate a business function. So the answer is partially correct, but that is the second step. But remember, even if you activate the business function, Ariba will throw up an error. Not Ariba, ERP. Can any of you guys take a guess what can be the possible reason over here? The answer over here, guys, always remember this thing. See, this particular integration suite is basically an add-on component. Add-on component. That means what? This will never be present by default within your ERP. Plain and simple. That means what? What we have to do, Manoj? Immediately, you have to tell your basis guys, go to service.sap.com. Download this SAP Ariba Integration Suite add-on over there. So basis guys will download this thing. Then they will install it within the ERP. Then business function will be activated. Then some note will be note will be implemented through that S note transaction code. Once all these stuff has been done by your basis guys, they will restart the server. Then this particular option will be present over there. So if you are going for a implementation project, excuse me guys, remember one thing. Remember about one thing. You have to ask your basis guys to do this thing. Okay, keep this thing in your mind. Now once it has been done over here, next is basically I told all of you guys, see, Ariba buyer system is present over there. Okay, and Ariba network system is present over there. Now, how Ariba network is going to identify, oh, this buyer system is from Procter and Gamble. Oh, this buyer system is from where? Unilever. How guys? So always remember there is a thing this which is generally called as buyer Ariba network ID. Now all of you are going to jump up and say, Manoj, buyer Ariba network ID? You told that in Ariba network, that means supplier.ariba.com, buyer cannot ever log in. And I will say the answer is correct, guys. So then he will say immediately, what is, where then this buyer Ariba network, admin user will log in. So they will log into buyer.ariba.com. Correct? That's the first thing. Second thing is, guys, they every company or basically every client who is implementing Ariba, they will get one access. One access means one user ID, only one user ID to log in into buyer.ariba.com. And remember, that particular user ID will also have a Ariba network ID. Okay. And that Ariba network ID will be used to determine basically this Ariba buyer system belongs to which client. Okay. And that particular thing you have to give it over here. So this is the first configuration which you're going to see, guys. This one. Okay. So let me just increase the now I think it would be visible properly. Just a moment. Yeah, just see the first screenshot over here, guys. You can see Ariba network ID is coming. So many participants, when they will see this particular picture, they will immediately think, oh, so Manoj, we have to add suppliers Ariba network ID over there. That means if there are 4,000 suppliers, there will be 4,000 entry. No, guys, never ever. Only one entry will be present over here, and this Ariba network ID is not that of the supplier Ariba network ID. This is, as I said, the Ariba network buyer's ID. Okay, and this will always be used between your Ariba buyer, Ariba network, and even in ERP to understand that this transactional document is coming from which client. Okay, now you will also see one field. See over here, shared secret. What is this thing? So you will always see, guys, that whenever data is exchanged between two systems, especially in a multinational company, anywhere, always authentication will be done. Can any of you guys take a guess why authentication is important? Why authentication is important, guys? Correct. You can say like to prevent misuse kind of thing, but actually, basically remember always this thing, guys. It's not directly misuse, but to prevent the hackers. Why? Because if there is no authentication, any hacker can send a you know ineligible request, and that also the system will accept. Okay, so keep this thing in your mind, guys. Very important thing to understand. Excuse me, guys. Now, how does a shared secret looks like? It is just a user ID over here and password. Now, all of you, please remember this thing, guys. This user ID and password should not be created either in ERP or in Ariba. Why is that so? It is just a term. Just like, in movies, you will see one group of soldiers, they will ask another group of soldiers whom they cannot verify whether they are friendlies or not. What they will do? They will say a search word like Charlie, and the next group of soldier will answer them Tango. So they will immediately understand, oh, these are friendlies. But if the second group is not able to give the answer, or or they give something wrong, so they immediately they will know that they are actually not friendlies. They can be enemy. They can be of different, what you can say, regiment, or you can say different uh, service over there. But they are not friendlies, or basically known people over there. So the same thing over here. Don't think like this user ID password has to be created mandatorily in ERP and Ariba. You can just give a code word over here. That is just for the namesake user ID password. Okay. Next, this is the most important settings which you're going to do. So guys, in our integration scenario, basically we have understood a little bit on the leading system concept. Correct? Leading system is where the PO will get created. Correct? So all of you might have been wondering over there, Manoj, why in the scenario session you were talking about the leading system kind of thing. So let us scroll down below, and this is where you will do all this particular configuration. Now we have seen the P2P direct procurement, P2P indirect procurement. Now guys, first of all, I will tell you how you are going to put the entries in these particular tables over here. So basically you don't have to do anything. Go to the object type field. I think most of you guys understand what is object type, correct? Can you please confirm, guys? Yeah, yeah. Thanks for your confirmation, guys. So in the object type, basically for every transactional document which is created over there, whether it's a PR type, PO type, whatever may be the type, that particular type will have a separate object type over here. So what you will do, you will select a separate object type over there in each line. And remember, the object type has to be unique. That means, let's say if you have given bus 2012, that is purchase order, in one line, In another line, you cannot give once again bus 2012 once again. Okay, keep this thing in your mind. Next, once you select this thing, what will happen? Every field will come over here. Object type, description, application component, CXML message type, mapping version, CXML version. Only direction will not come. Now, let's say for any of this transactional document, if I give direction as outbound, what does it mean, guys? Any guess? Correct. Now, outbound basically means the document has been created in ERP and it is moving to Ariba. Very correct, guys. Inbound means the document has been created in Ariba and it is coming into ERP. Now, if I ask all of you guys, which scenario is this? From this particular configuration, if I ask you, it's a P2P direct procurement or a P2P indirect procurement, how you are going to understand this? So you're saying, guys, these are indirect procurement. How? First of all, which transactional document you're looking at it over here, guys? Any guess, guys? Correct. Purchase order. Very correct. Only purchase order is required. Rest of the things are not required. Now, purchase order, here it means outbound. That means what? Where the purchase order has been created, where it is editable, guys. Correct. ECC or ERP. Now, if you remember, in indirect procurement, the leading system, that means the system in which the PO is being created or it is editable, is always Ariba. So how come this particular configuration is indirect procurement? So it is what, guys? Correct. Very correct. This is P2P direct procurement. That is why I was, telling all of you, I think in the previous session that leading system concept is pretty important. If you forget that thing, okay, all your configuration will go wrong. So that is why, guys, we always tell, look at the integration scenario, look at the integration scenario. Why? Because integration scenario is the most important thing before you go to the configuration. I think now most of you appreciate this fact. Similarly, if the purchase order is inbound, then, guys, what would be that particular integration scenario? Correct. Very correct, guys. Indirect procurement scenario. So always remember, if you are going into a support project and nobody is giving you a proper documentation, you can go into this particular setting and you can just have a look at bus 2012 purchase order outbound. That means immediately you will understand this is a direct integration, direct procurement integration. If it is inbound, it's a indirect procurement integration. Plain and simple. Now, one more thing, guys. Here you can either give P2P direct procurement integration or indirect procurement integration, correct? Based on your service sector client. That means if the client is from service sector, it will be, P2P indirect procurement integration will be done over here. If it is a production, manufacturing, or utility related client, then here P2P direct procurement will be integrated. Now my question to all of you guys, how you will implement S2P over here? And the answer is, guys, you cannot create S2P process flow over here. Plain and simple. Okay? Keep this thing in your mind always. Next thing, connectivity type. So you can see there is two types of connectivity, direct and mediated. I will say, Manoj, what is the meaning of this thing? So let us understand this thing, guys. Direct connectivity means what? Means here you're having ERP. Okay? And here you are having SAP Ariba. Very good. This is called as your direct connectivity. Mediated connectivity means what? In between this, you're having this thing. Now, let me ask all of you guys, do you understand what is this SAP PI? I think some of you or most of you might understand what is this PI. Now, if I ask all of you guys, what is this PI? Guys, have you heard this name before? Okay. Now, some of you should understand what is SAP PI. So, PI basically stands for process integration. Yes. Yeah. Correct, guys. Some of you have heard it, some of you have not heard it. So, let me just, excuse me, guys. Let me just uh, make you understand this thing. So what is SAP PI? It is generally called as a middleware system. What is its job? Basically to translate. Now let's say guys, we are all Indians and your client is Russian and that particular guy don't know how to speak in English and we also don't know how to speak in Russian. So what will happen over here guys? Basically you will need a translator, correct guys? And this particular translator will help in translating from Russian to English and English to Russian. Okay. Now this is basically called as the work of PI. Now why is it required? Because of one simple thing. All of you should understand this particular thing very, very clearly. Because Ariba only understand CXML documentation type. But ERP on the other hand understands IDOC. Correct? Now most of you will say, Manoj, then what does SAP PI does? It convert the IDOC to CXML, CXML to IDOC. Very good. That means in mediated connectivity, you are having a middleware over here, which will convert these CXML documents to IDOC documents and IDOC documents to CXML documents so that both this SAP ERP system as well as SAP Ariba system can understand the language in which they are speaking so that the document over here is properly translated. Now let us come to direct connectivity. Now here, first of all, guys, there is no SAP PI. Then what will happen? ERP will say, no, no, I will understand CXML because Ariba by default will say, no, apart from CXML, I cannot send anything. So the answer is no, not that thing, guys. See, in your direct connectivity settings, you will see there will be a program. And this particular program will basically convert the IDOC to CXML, CXML to IDOC. So what will happen? Okay. So that's the different thing over here. So here in direct connectivity, first of all, middleware is not required. Second of all, you will have a local program present within your ERP, which will convert the IDOC to CXML and CXML to IDOC document, so that there is no need of a middleware. Now, guys, out of this direct and mediated connectivity, if I ask all of you, which connectivity will be preferred by the client, what would be your answer? Okay, okay. Now most of you are saying direct, and the answer is correct. Now, another question. All of you, see, whenever you are taking a guess, very good, guys. But you should always answer you know, uh, understand the reason behind it. Why? Now, let's say your client is having PI system with themselves. Now, if I ask all of you, the majority of the client who is already having the PI system with themselves, will they ever use anything apart from mediated connectivity? Now, let's say 10 client is there. Now, this 10 client or maybe 100 clients, and they already have the PI with themselves. So, what they will prefer, guys? Mediated connectivity or direct connectivity? Okay, correct. Most of you are thinking PI only, and logical choice is PI only. But you will see out of 100 clients who are using PI, okay, 70 to 75 of the client will say, no, I don't want to use mediated connectivity. I want to use direct connectivity. Only 25 of the client will say, yes, I will use mediated connectivity. Now, all of you are surprised. Why is that so? Because of two very simple things. First of all, see, remember this thing, guys. Most of the client in today's day, basically, they want to have a hybrid kind of what uh, architecture within their system. See, ERP, it can be ECC or S4 HANA. As we all know that after 2025, ECC cannot exist. It has to be S4 HANA. So this particular thing, that means the ERP, this will always be on premise. But the other things like procurement, some CRM kind of thing, all of these things are basically will be done in cloud. Excuse me, guys. Which cloud? Like SAP Ariba, SAP Hybris. So that means a combination of that is the main thing, that is the ERP, which will be on premise, and part of the different solutions will be there in cloud. Now SAP PI, most of the client does not, they don't want to carry forward with them. Why? First of all, it need a server to be implemented in the client's premises. That will cost a lot. Even to maintain that thing, it will cost a lot. Correct? And the third option, which I'm going to tell to all of you guys, even it has to be upgraded. And the fourth option is for PI, each year you have to pay user licenses fees as well as the support losses fees. So that is why most of the client who is using PI, they will not try to implement mediated connectivity. Why? Because of this reason. They will be saying in our whole hybrid system, only the ERP will be in on premise. Rest of all the solutions will be on cloud. So that is why they will always prefer direct connectivity. So you can understand by looking at the direct and mediated connectivity, what you can say, ratio, it will always be somewhere is to 8 is to 2. Now out of 10 clients, 8 clients will implement direct connectivity, 2 clients will implement mediated connectivity. So keep this thing in your mind, guys. Very important thing to consider. Now let us come to the configuration which we need to do over here for direct connectivity. Now first of all, guys, direct connectivity means here we will be involved in our configuration. Now I think all of you know that, Manoj, we will all have at least the ERP what access with us, correct? Very correct, guys. But I will tell all of you one more thing over here, guys. All of you will have access, very good. But through your access, can you configure all this particular step? The answer is no. And you will understand why. Because most of the Ariba participants, okay, when they will come over here, they will think here each configuration will be done by us. And the answer is totally different. You will understand why I'm talking like this. So I will tell you exactly what is our role over here. Excuse me, guys. So the first one is manage and test enterprise services. Now, if I ask all of you guys, what do you mean by enterprise services? What would be your answer, guys? No, guys. No, I'm not talking about anything else. So always remember enterprise service. It's a glitzy name for what? For web services. Now, guys, any of you have you heard this term web services? Take a guess over here, guys. Have you heard this name web services? Now, web services basically means, guys, I think all of you have used it a lot of time. Lot of time. I'm not talking about cloud or on premises over here, guys. What is web services? Now, let's say you're typing in google.com, or let's say accenture.com, or let's say deloitteus.com. What you are doing, how the data is coming from, because see, when you're typing accenture.com or deloitteus.com, it is going to the Accenture server, Deloitte USA server, right? From there, it is picking up the data and it is showing in your browser, right? How it is happening in the browser? This is happening with the help of a web request. So always understand, whenever you will open a website in your browser, the data carried from your browser to the where? To the server, or from server to the browser, will happen with the help of web services. So the same thing is basically used in your direct connectivity. Where? In your direct connectivity. So activity between SAP ERP and SAP Ariba, how the data is moved over here with the help of web services. Arey, just a moment. Web services. Very good, guys. Now, this particular configuration, when you will click on manage and test enterprise services, automatically an SOA manager will open. Now, what is SOA manager, Manoj? SOA manager is software oriented architecture manager. And that particular transaction, it will not open a GUI screen. It will open up an Internet Explorer page. And there you will get an option called as create what? Create web services, test web services, activate web services. So this particular authorization will not be present within our ID at all. This will be present within the basis ID. That means even if you log in with your own ID and try to click on manage and test enterprise services, first of all, you will see that particular Internet Explorer window, but you cannot do anything over there. Everything will be in display mode. So here the configuration will be done by the basis guy, but you have to sit with them. Why? Because you have to tell them which web services. Otherwise, they will say, "Hey, Manoj, I don't know which web services I have to activate." So you have to say to them, "Okay, okay, okay, I'm telling it." So even the web services name will be quite big, very technical name. So what he will do, he will ask them, go to the search option, enter this thing slash ARBA slash MI star, and then click on search. What will happen? Two web services will come. And once those two web services come over there, it will be directly be showing that it is in inactive status. So what you have to do, you have to ask your basis guys to activate it. But before activating, there is some information which has to be given. First one is URL. Second one is what? Shared secret. And the third one is what? Port. Very good. Very good. Now this is where your basis consultant will ask you, Manoj, what I will give over here. So can any of you guys take a guess which URL you will give over here? Most of you are saying Ariba buyer.ariba.com and then Ariba buyer URL. Now, yes, Ariba buyer URL is correct. But buyer.ariba.com, no. AN buyer ID, this will not be used over here, guys. So which other URL has to be used? Correct. Very correct. Only Ariba network ID. Okay. So this AN ID has to be given to the basis guys. And similarly, the Ariba buyer, which is being used by the buyer, here he will log in. Similarly, shared secret. I think most of you know where the shared secret has been given. At the time of giving the AN buyer admin ID over there, you have given a shared secret. That same thing also has to be given over here. Please don't once again, give a different data over here. Then, yeah, Ariba as well as ERP both will throw up an error. Not right now when your integration will happen. Now, port. Most of you will say, Manoj, we are having the standard ports. Why we can't use those particular ports over there? So let me just tell you or simplify the fact what is a port. Port is nothing but a small gate. Correct? Port is nothing but a small gate. Now within this gate, what will happen? All your data from Ariba will come and go through. Very good. Now, if that port is used multiple times means for your integration as well as for something else, what will happen? Now, if the gate is small and let us think that three people is trying to enter, where at most one people can enter, what will happen? One of the people cannot go at the same time. Only one person can go at a time. So this is where the issue will happen. Your integration will get failed. So always remember, port means a new port has to be created by the basis consultant, and that same new port has to be given within this web services. Then only it will work properly. Okay. Now once you have given these three information, okay, and this has been maintained by the basis guys, what will happen? Your enterprise services or web services has been activated. Very good. Now, what is the next thing which you're going to do? Maintain certificate. Then all of you are going to say, Manoj, we are already doing the authentication with the help of shared user ID and password. Why certificate is needed? That's the first thing. Second thing, which certificate? Can any of you guys take a guess on these two part, guys? Now I will tell you exactly the meaning of this particular thing, or basically you can say the logic behind this thing. So first of all, this certificate is the URL certificate, because if you go to the any website over there, you type their name over there, immediately you can say, with it can be a Chrome, it can be your Internet Explorer, it can be your Firefox browser, they will say this particular website is insecure or unsecured. Why? Unsecured means it does not have a URL certificate. Why? Because URL certificate also act as a point of authentication. So that is why Ariba wants to make their system a very secure thing. So that is why they have given two-factor authentication over there. Apart from the shared user ID and password, Ariba has also given the what? Next thing, that is certificate. Now, if I ask all of you guys, how you will get this URL certificate for Ariba? How you will get it, guys? Can any of you guys take a guess how you will get this thing? Correct. Very correct. You can download from the Ariba web system. Now this is your URL. How you will load it? See, just behind the URL there is a lock icon. Click on this lock icon. Click on the certificate. Once you click on the certificate, go to the details tab. Click on copy to file. Click on next. Select base 64 encoded x.509. Click on next. Click on browse. Okay, and here you just name this thing as Ariba underscore buyer. Click on save. Click on next. Finish. The export was successful. Click on OK. See, here is your certificate, URL certificate. Now, now what you will do? Immediately you will mail this particular certificate to the basis consultant. Correct, guys? Correct or wrong? Okay. Everybody is saying wrong. Now tell me, guys. Yes, the answer is correct. Wrong. Why it is wrong? Because that is also a very important point. Why it is wrong? No, it is not confidential, guys. Because most of you will understand that you will take the certificate, okay, and in a mail you will send it to the basis consultant. First of all, what will happen is, like, when you will try to send that particular mail, immediately your Outlook over there will send a mail to the basis guys, but it will delete this certificate attachment. Why is it so? Because your Outlook administrator as well as the Outlook system will think of it as a executable file kind of thing. So immediately it will say this is a potential source of a virus. So whenever you will send a mail, that mail will go to the basis guy, but without this attachment. Now all of you will be thinking what to do, Manoj. Use a pen drive. Use a pen drive. Copy this thing in your pen drive and give that pen drive to your basis consultant. They will copy that particular certificate from the pen drive into their own desktop or laptop. Once they do it, they will click on maintain certificate. Now maintain certificate, once they click on that particular option, what will happen? S trust will come into the picture. Now guys, have you heard this uh, transaction code before? S trust. Now most of you will say no. Why? Because again this is used by the basis consultant. So S trust is a transaction code which is generally used to upload, mainly, or basically you can say import a certificate from your desktop into your Ariba system. So here what will the basis guy will do? They will import that particular certificate into your Ariba system. Okay, keep this thing in your mind, guys. So once they load this particular certificate in the S trust, that means what? It will act as a point of authentication. No guys, remember one thing. These certificate are generally not renewed by Ariba before, I think, before a year. Always keep this thing in your mind. Before a year. Okay. That means after the end of December, that means in January, every January, you have to do this particular activity. Otherwise, there will be an error. Once in a year. It's not a big task. Same thing as I've shown. Now scheduling a polling agent over here. Hmm. Now, if you look at the polling agent over here, guys, ARB FND underscore fetch CXML messages underscore new. All of you will ask Manoj, what is this? What is this name? So much big program. Then I will say it's a program, guys. You can just go to the AC38, give this name, and you can check this particular program. Now all of you will say, okay, Manoj, it's a program. What next we have to do over there? The answer is pretty simple. This particular program, you will have to schedule it. Then all of you will say, Manoj, why? Because this is your translator in your what? Direct connectivity, for which in mediated connectivity you would have required PI. Okay, so keep this thing in your mind, guys. Now all of you will say, okay, Manoj, that means once we run this particular program, what it will do, it will either convert a CXML document to IDOC or IDOC document to CXML, and then work is done. But why scheduling is required, guys? Can any of you guys take a guess why scheduling is required over here? That's also an important point, and I will tell you why, guys. Because let's say you have created a PO in ERP. This PO is going to be replicated to Ariba. And if you say, Manoj, I will run this thing manually. Now, let's say you're running this particular program manually after 4 hours. What will happen? Huge escalation will happen. So, what you have to do? You have to schedule this job. Very good. Now, what should be the proper periodicity? That means after what time period should this particular program automatically get, you know, it should get executed. Can any of you guys take a guess? What is the best time period after which this particular report should uniformly get executed automatically through the help of background job? Any guess? The answer is, guys, after every 2 minutes, or sometimes if the transaction volumes is huge, then 1 minute also. So that is why most of the Ariba end user, even some Ariba consultant, will think that this particular data movement is almost real time. In actually, it is not real time. After every 1 minute. Okay. So where you will do the scheduling of job, guys? In which transaction code? I think all of you will know this thing because this is a functional consultant's activity. Any guess, guys? What is that particular transaction code? Guys, am I audible to all of you? Yeah. In which transaction code, guys, you will do the scheduling of background job? Yeah, thanks for your confirmation, guys. No, 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 not SM37. See, SM37 is for checking the logs, whether the background job has run successfully or not. It is SM36. Yeah, correct. It is SM36. In SM36, you have to just give the report name. You have to select the periodicity. That's it. And in certain cases, you have to also give the variant. I think most of you will know what is a variant in a ABAP program, right, guys? Yeah. So this is your translator from English to Russian, Russian to English. Here, instead of English and Russian, CXML and IDOC will be there. Now, the last thing, this is a fully technical thing, BGRFC. I think most of you have heard this term before, RFC. Correct, guys? What it is used for? Remote function call. Correct. Very correct, guys. It is generally used for connecting one system with another system. So here, instead of connecting one system with another system, what will happen is like Ariba will dump all the data into your application server. Now, all of you are going to think, Manoj, what is application server? Application server is the server where your ERP is implemented. But remember, just like if I ask all of you, boss, if you go to your laptop, in which drive the Windows is installed? Can any of you guys tell me? In which drive, hard disk drive, the Windows are installed generally in any desktop or laptop? The answer is C drive. Correct, guys? Now, let's say Windows need a file which is in D drive. What will happen? For the first time when it will run, it will throw up an error. Why? Because Windows will say it is not found in the drive C. Correct? Folder name program files. Why? Because Windows is expecting that every file or every data which it needs to run should be placed between the C drive program files folder. Now let's say your data is there in the D drive. What you have to do? You have to move the data from D drive to C drive, then within C drive, within that folder, program files. Correct? Once you copy this thing, then Windows will run properly. So the same thing happens over here. So application server is just like your laptop. Within application server, there will be different drive. In one drive, your application server ERP will be implemented, and Ariba will generally create those CXML file into another drive. So what you need to do, you need to make sure that a background RFC at a regular intervention should go into your D drive, take the data and move it into the C drive. That means within the application server where Ariba is dumping the data, this background RFC will go after every 2 minutes or 1 minute. What it will do, it will pick up the CXML and dump it into your ERP. Then what will happen? Then that particular polling agent program will run. It will convert the CXML into an IDOC. Once it is converted into an IDOC, ERP will be able to convert the IDOC into a transactional document. So this is once again a basis configuration over here, guys. Everything you can see over here. SBGRF, CCONF, right? Inbound destination, application server. So these things we should not be at all, what you can say, uh, confused with this thing. Only thing you have to say to the basis consultant is, boss, go to the application server. That means check in transaction code AL11. There you will be able to find that particular file folder, and then you do the configuration over here. They will do it. Now tell me, guys, if all of you are integration consultant, how many configuration you have done over here by your own? That means with your own user ID. No, two step you have done. Ariba buyer network ID, shared secret. That's the first thing. Second thing is basic message type configuration. Rest of all this configuration is done by the basis user ID. Now that is why, guys, in our first session, some of you were asking about integration. Okay, Manoj, in our integration consultant role, we have to do all this configuration. At that point of time, I said yes, just for the sake of simplicity. But now you know why I was not willing to answer that whole thing. Because if I would have answered that particular thing, guys, you would not have understood. Okay, so keep this thing in your mind. Once you complete this thing, what will happen? Your direct connectivity has been completed. Now let us take a break over here, guys. After the break, I will talk about mediated connectivity. In mediated connectivity, we don't have to do anything at all apart from giving some information, some basic information. Here, we don't have to sit with the basic guys too. I will tell you what are those particular steps. Okay, so let's take a break, guys. Thank you, guys. Let's take a break. Excuse me, guys. Guys, am I audible to all of you? Yeah. Thanks for your confirmation, guys. Okay. So let us have a look at the mediated connectivity over here. So first of all, guys, if you ask me that Manoj, only one option for mediated connectivity setting, why is that so? Because when you will click on this option, what will happen is like automatically ERP will take you to this particular thing which you are seeing right now. And what is that particular thing? SAP NetWeaver process integration. That means it will directly take you to the PI system. And in PI system, you cannot do any configuration. Who will do this configuration? PI consultant. So then he will say, Manoj, there is no work over here for us. So basically, yes. Technically, guys, you're not supposed to do anything, but still, you have to give this information along with the certificate. This particular four information, you have to give it to the PI consultant. Okay. And once you have given this information over there, they will do it. And you don't have to sit with them also because he will not understand any of those particular configuration. Okay. So keep this thing in your mind, guys. One of the most important point. Now, once you've done this thing, very good. What's the issue? Now the issue will come in something else, guys. That is, what about the S2P? We have understood about P2P direct procurement, P2P indirect procurement that can be configured through these things. But what about H2P, guys? The answer is H2P cannot be configured from this particular path. Be very clear on this part. Excuse me, guys. Okay. So all of you have to be very, very clear on this part that H2P cannot be done over here. So you will say, okay, Manoj, then what we will do over here? So H2P has to be done with the help of bodies. Why is that so? Because normal message types can handle only a part of your integration. That is why only P2P can be done over there. Now, if I ask all of you guys, where in H2P you are having an integration point, guys? Can any of you guys recall this thing? That means where the data will be moved from Ariba to ERP. At what location or at what point, guys? If I ask all of you, any guess? No. Contract compliance is basically between upstream and downstream, guys. I'm talking about Ariba and in between ERP. No, not also at the time of PR creation, guys. Correct. Correct. Only at the payment time. Very correct, guys. Remember this thing only at the payment. Why? Because I told all of you guys that the integration scenario over there for the S2P, there you can see it's a almost like a non-integration scenario. But since your client will never use Ariba Pay, what they will use? They will use implementation in ERP over there. Basically, payment in ERP for this particular activity. So what will happen? There is no other option for you other than to do the payment in ERP. So that is why you have to do the integration for S2P in the body. Now you will see bodies are also of two types. Okay, outbound mapping body. Similarly, come down. Inbound mapping body. Now, if I ask all of you guys, when outbound body will get triggered, guys, what would be your answer? So, inbound means whenever your document is created in Ariba and it is coming into ERP, this body will get triggered. Outbound means basically when your transactional document is created in ERP and this particular thing is moved from your ERP to Ariba, then only outbound body will get triggered. Now, your point of contact is payment. So, which body you need to implement, guys? Outbound or inbound for S2P? Very correct, guys. Inbound. Why is that so? Because see, after the invoice reconciliation, payment proposal will get created in Ariba. This payment proposal must be coming into your ERP. That's the first thing. But second thing, this payment proposal must be editable so that the payment can happen in your ERP. Status update will happen automatically. So, how you're going to write this logic? This is also one of the mysteries. Now, you will go over here. You will ask the developer, boss, whenever any payment proposal is getting generated in Ariba, send it to ERP. That's the first thing. Second thing, there will be a parameter read underscore only, which by default will be X. What do you mean by X? X means always true. Read only is equal to true means payment proposal will come as a display only payment proposal in ERP. Now you have to tell your developer, boss, set its value as null. Means what? So it will make dash read only is equal to false. That means what? Payment proposal will be editable in your ERP. Now, my first question would be like, guys, if you do this thing, will there will be any side effect, guys? If you implement this body, Any case, guys? Any side effect? Okay, correct, guys. Yes, correct. There will be any side effect. So, what is the side effect? I will tell you guys what is the side effect. So, what will happen is like Ariba will send all the payment proposal which is getting generated in Ariba into where? Into ERP through this body. Now, I will tell you guys any of these payment proposal which was getting created where? In your indirect procurement within Ariba, that will be going into ERP with the help of what? With the help of that message type configuration. Again, it will come over here. So what will happen? Duplicate data. So how you can basically segregate this thing? Yes, correct. Correct. You have to put a filter first. Here you have to put a filter. What is the filter? For S2P only. Now how you're going to understand which one is through S2P, which one is through P2P? Go to the PO. Go to the line items. Go to the field contract ID. If contract ID is having some value, then only proceed ahead. Why? If contract ID is having some value, that means what? That means the catalog item is a contract catalog item which has been passed from upstream to downstream with the help of contract compliance. That means it's an S2P. But for normal indirect P2P procurement, you will never use contract. You will use basically non-contract catalog item. So it will have empty value over there. So basically what you're doing, only H2P PO against the H2P PO's payment proposal, that particular thing will move from Ariba to ERP. Small thing. But if you don't know this thing, what will happen? There will be huge escalation in, in your project. And then you will not be able to understand. After doing all this thing, then only you will understand this thing. Correct? This is one scenario. Any other scenario, guys, where you will use body? For H2P, that is one of the scenario. Now I will tell you guys. Now in this particular scenario, you will have to use both outbound slash inbound body. And what is that thing? Correct? Keep this thing in your mind, guys. Okay? Keep this thing in your mind. Now, why I am saying you have to do the mapping? Because remember, in your standard integration suite, only standard fields will be present. But sometimes you will have custom fields in ERP, let's say in PO. And then in the same way, you will also have the flex fields in Ariba PO. That particular data has to be also be integrated, guys, right? Otherwise, the data is present in your Ariba, it will never move into ERP. or the custom fields data in your ERP will never move into Ariba. So there you have to use outbound inbound body. So this is generally called as field mapping. Now sometimes it is not mandatory, guys. It is not mandatory, but sometimes has to be it has to be done. Now let's say you will see a custom field in ERP is having character length 40, but in Ariba it will be having a data type like string character 100. Once you try to move this particular data, it will cause an integration error. So what you have to do? So basically you have to compare the data type and you have to ask the developer to use a typecast over there. Basically typecast is basically a way of converting one data type to another data type, so that in your integration, when your integration is happening, you don't have any issue. But this is rare, because most of the time whatever custom fields you have created in ERP earlier, the same flex field you will create in Ariba with the same data type, same length. But sometimes it don't happen, so in that case you have to go ahead with the field mapping. Okay, so these are the things, guys, which you have to do while at the configuration level. Now guys, all of you take a guess that if I would have taken this session as the first session, or if I would have taken this particular session without making all of you understand the integration scenario, what would have happened? Would have understood this thing, why we are doing this thing, what are the different scenarios are for here? Everything would have looked like it's a rocket science over there. So that is why each and every session over here is what is having a meaning. That is why we are having a proper sequence over here. Okay, so guys, if you're having any query, please raise your hand. We are going to take your queries over here. Yeah, Anirudh, can you please go ahead with the query?
Yeah, hi Manoj. Uh,
Yeah, hello
so
Anirudh.
this, what we said during this session that Ariba, once we have the package or whatever, what we get once we subscribe to Ariba, yeah, that is when we configure it or implement it, it is outside the SAP suites, yeah. Then once we configure it or implement it, then it has to be brought into the SAP suites. Is it so?
No, no, no. First of all, remember, when you're taking the Ariba subscription, basically you're taking a subscription for what? For the Ariba solutions, right?
Yeah,
Now,
yeah,
before that, you will have a ERP, correct?
yes,
Now, when you will go into a system, basically what I wanted to say to all of you over here was, just give me a moment. If you're going for implementation, correct?
yeah,
Ariba implementation specifically, you will go to your ERP and you will see that this SAP Business Suite integration component for Ariba is not present within the integration with other SAP component. Why?
okay,
Because see, this particular add-on component, it's an add-on component.
yeah,
By default, it is not present within your SAP ERP over there. So what you have to do, you have to ask the basis guys to download this particular add-on component from service.sap.com and install it. Once they install it and do some activities over there and restart the server, then only you will get this component, and then only you can start with the integration configurations.
yeah, yeah, fine. But the steps prior to integration, whatever we are configuring in Ariba
Mhm.
Buyer,
Mhm.
that is done outside this before integrating it with the
Ah, ha,
SAP.
ha, ha,
Yeah,
ha, definitely, definitely. So in
yeah,
this part, this template configuration, approval
yeah,
configuration,
yeah,
catalogs
yeah,
loading, all of this
yeah.
particular thing you have to do.
That is
Integration, see,
outside.
is the yeah, that you have to do it in Ariba over there. Once that
Okay,
particular thing has been done, then only you have to do this integration. And while doing
okay,
this integration, here you first have to activate this node over here. Then you can start with your integration configuration.
okay, okay. So then all our configurations from the implementation of Ariba buyer, that will
Mhm.
then be transferred into SAP suite. Yeah, that's what business suite.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Means like now you will decide which uh, transaction will be flowing over there. It will depend upon your scenario. In the direct procurement, different transaction will be, be
Yeah, yeah,
used up in ERP and in Ariba. But in indirect procurement or S2P, again, different transactional document will be coming depending upon the scenario.
yeah, yeah. Whatever we have done, that's what. Uh,
Exactly.
uh, and whenever we say ECC, actually we mean S4 HANA also. Yeah, that because
Exactly, exactly. See, same configuration will exist also in your S4 HANA over there. See,
Mhm.
ERP, that is why I'm saying ERP. ERP
Yeah, yeah,
means ECC 6.0 as well as SAP S4 HANA over there.
yeah, yeah. And any other ERPs it is compatible with.
Ha, ha, ha. That's
Uh,
that's a very good point which you have raised over there. Yes, Oracle, okay, JD
okay,
Edwards, these two are supported over there, and I think to some extent Microsoft Dynamics also. But if you want to, let's say, local ERPs like Tally and all those things, their Ariba is not supporting them. But yes, big things like Oracle, Microsoft Dynamics, JD Edwards, yes, with this ERP also you can use this integration suite.
okay. So these are this can be done. Yeah,
Exactly.
with those. But then for the integration scenarios for those ERPs other than SAP, it could be a little bit different, right? I mean, uh,
Yes. Why? Because see, here in SAP you will use IDOC, but for the other ERPs they will understand either CXML, some will understand EDI. So based upon that particular
okay,
thing, the configuration will happen. But see, in SAP,
okay,
IDOC is there. So basically, what you will do, basically you will convert the CXML to IDOC. How? With that
I
particular
know.
program over there which we have seen. This particular program version will be different for different ERPs.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what because the file types or whatever will be different there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but the configuration will remain the same. See, you have to just do the scheduling of the report. What is happening within the report, that is the code changes that is taken care by SAP, SAP ERP team, integration team.
Okay. 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 Okay.
Yeah. Any other queries?
Uh, no, but I think this is our last session, right? Today.
Yeah, yeah, correct, Anirudh.
Okay. So if we need any, sometimes if we have any doubts, is it possible to ask somebody
Yeah,
that?
yeah, 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 yeah. Not somebody. You have to ask me only. See,
Yeah, I know.
if it is related to Ariba over there, yes, for me. Now let's say
Okay.
for something anything other than administrative activities over there
Yeah, that's
regarding that, you have to ask the BRDs. So use my email ID, Gmail ID, which we have provided to all of you. Be concise. Why? Because you have to be very specific. This is the
okay.
issue which I am facing over there. Send me a
Okay.
mail. Give me some 1 or 2 days. I will be replying back to all of you.
Okay. 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 Thanks, Manoj. Thanks.
Yeah. Welcome, Anirudh. Yeah, Narendra, can you please go out with your query?
Yeah, thank you, Manu. Thanks for all these day sessions.
Yeah,
That's what Mr. Anirudh also asked. Since today is the last session, whom to contact in the future, how long our
yeah.
access will be there? That I just want to know.
On this part, Narendra, and for all of you, see,
Okay.
basically, this is also part of the administrative activity. Okay, so you have to just ask the BRDs because I don't know when all of you have got the access over there. Okay, just ask your BRD. BRDs will be helping you with that.
Okay. And regarding a group or WhatsApp group, that also
Yeah,
they will only telling.
yeah, yeah, yeah. BIDs will be helping you on that part.
Okay, Manoj. Thank you very much for all these sessions.
Yeah, welcome Narendra over there. So guys, my suggestion to all of you, keep in touch over here. And one more thing which I want to say to all of you over here, just a moment. Yeah, just a moment. Yeah, Vinay, you are having any query? Please go ahead.
Hey, hi. Hi, Manoj. Yeah,
Yeah,
thanks. Hello, can you hear me?
yeah, 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 Vinay, we are able to hear you properly.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for your valuable insights. I mean, all the sessions were really informative and detailed. So my question would be, if there is a manufacturing client, I mean, this is happening with us. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm working for a company, and one of the customers have approached us to, I mean, we will be the supplier. We are the supplier for them. Okay, so we are selling some items to them. So then we have been asked to be registered on the Ariba network ID. And unfortunately, I was not a part of that project. But what has happened is, I mean, we had created a partner profile and all that steps were created. And only
yeah,
most of the stuff was done by the PI team. So is it
yeah.
that we have no role to play here, but only the testing part?
Yeah, basically, yes, correct. So basically, yes, some of the information like these things. Just a moment, give me a moment over there. This might have been provided by the Ariba team over here. See this for information. Without this for
Okay,
information, PI guys cannot do anything over there. So
okay.
keep this thing in your mind over here. But another thing which I want to add to over here, guys, is basically yes. Apart from testing, you don't have to do anything else. But remember, sometimes what will happen is like you will be having custom fields over there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So in the custom field, you have to give the mapping logic to them. That means this ZZ field in ERP is equal to CUS underscore something field in Ariba. That particular logic you have to give it to them. Don't use body in that scenario. Body will not work.
Okay, so it's only the mapping in the PI. That's it.
Exactly. So every if you are using mediated connectivity, the
Hmm.
PI guy will be doing everything. Basically
Yeah, the
here,
only the PI guy did everything. So I mean,
yeah,
that's what I was just providing some PO purchase, sales orders and all that stuff. Nothing else.
yeah. So it will be there over there.
Okay, okay. And lastly, then in that case, what would be
Yeah,
the Ariba network ID that our client would have provided? Because is it the same what you mentioned
yeah.
in?
Yeah. In buyer admin ID. Yes, that will be given over there also.
So that will be our Ariba network ID when we log in as a Ariba network in that vendor portal.
Not vendor portal,
So,
buyer.ariba.com.
sorry.
Vendor portal is
Okay.
supplier.ariba.com.
Okay. So that would be, for the supplier.ariba.com, that would be our network ID? No, that would be different. And in that case, I mean,
Yeah,
my
yeah,
confusion
yeah.
is, okay, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so basically remember one thing over here. See, whenever you're
Mm-hmm.
doing the integration from the ERP side or from the PI side, you will
Mm-hmm.
need the AN admin buyer's ID over there. So that particular ID will have a AN ID. That particular ID you can use. So as a buyer, you will log in into buyer.ariba.com with that user ID and password. So there also you can see against your ID what is the AN ID. That ID has to be included over here, not the supplier's AN ID.
So supplier AN ID will be different,
Exactly.
even if it's the same company.
Yeah, means always remember one thing over here.
Mm-hmm.
For each company,
Mm-hmm.
okay, you will be having one unique in buyer admin ID, and that particular ID will also have a Ariba network ID, and this is unique for, let's say, for Procter and Gamble you're doing the implementation. This is unique for the whole Procter and Gamble. But if you go to the
Mm-hmm.
another client, that will be different for, let's say, you're going for implementation for Unilever now. Unilever will have a separate buyer and admin ID.
Buyer AN admin ID. Okay. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay, okay. Yeah, my last question, Manoj. So,
Yeah.
have you shared your? I mean, there is a unique email ID which had been shared for any questions, or because maybe can you share that email ID?
Yeah. Let me just share it once more with all of you over there. Yeah, all of you might have received it in the chat box. Please have a look into it.
Okay. Thank you, Manoj.
Yeah,
Yeah.
welcome Vinay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Those were my questions. Thank you so much. Thank you.
yeah, welcome Vinay. And one more thing, guys, which I want to suggest to all of you is like, please remember one thing. See, you have learned a very great amount of knowledge over there, which might have taken somewhere around 1 year or maybe 1.5 year if you worked in a project over there. Now your job is twofold. The first one is you need to keep watching this recording over there multiple times. Why? So that you don't forget this thing. That's the first thing. Even when you're going to work in the project, please go through this recording, because that particular G drive access will be there for your whole lifelong. Okay, see this particular thing whenever you're doing your work. Second thing, while you're in the project, remember one thing. There will be one thing over here, and that particular one thing is very simple. What is that particular thing? Try to learn new things. Why? Because as we told to all of you, advanced Ariba right now it is only taking 14 to 15% of the Ariba market, but in the coming 2 years this will increase to 50-60%, and in the coming 4 to 5 years what will happen, this will rise to 70%. So once again, see, all of you are receiving a career boost right now with Ariba over there. Again, you have to move from normal Ariba to advanced Ariba down the line, not immediately. And don't think about it right now, but maybe 1 year down the line, 1.5 year down the line, once you have completed the first project, then you should look for upgrading. Why? Because see, in today's market, it was not what it was in 2005 or 2010, where you would learn one technology and with that particular technology you can survive for 15 years. No, the thing is like, for a company, when you will be safe, when you will keep moving forward. So once you start learning new things, you don't have to think about your job. Company will pay you more. Company will think about it. Hey, this guy is having knowledge in Ariba. He has done implementation. Now he is learning advanced Ariba. So I can use this guy for all my future project. So they will only give you hike and they will keep you. You don't have to think about it. So that is my suggestion to all of you guys, that right now focus on keeping up this knowledge which you have learned in these sessions. Go to your project, start working on this. After you have completed the first project, then try to move on to the advanced Ariba things, like Ariba Snap, SAP Fieldglass, basically for advanced service procurement. So what will happen over there once you know all this particular stuff? You will get another boost over here. Okay, keep this thing in your mind. And regarding the certification, let me be very clear on this part, guys. Go through these sessions. After going through this particular video recordings of these sessions, you have to determine in which part of Ariba upstream or downstream you are very very confident. Once you have understand or understood that, hey Manoj, I am very much confident in upstream. Within upstream sourcing, I am very much confident. And I am confident means basically, yes, you have understood the concept very easily over there, very fluently. So then you narrow down that particular certificate, that yes, sourcing certificate I will appear for. Then what you will do, go to your GDrive access, read the certification document for sourcing. Then after reading that, practice the particular dumps which we have shared with all of you. Once you do this activity, then go for the certification. Remember, 9 certification is there. You don't have to do more than one certification. Why? Because once you clear that particular first certification, that is more than enough. You're certified. Rest, remember, in interview, yes, if you're having one certificate, that is more than enough, but you have to demonstrate that you are having that knowledge. So whatever you have seen in our session, basically you have to vomit in the interview. Don't give a chance to the interviewer. Once they will ask, tell me something about your project exposure. Immediately, from the first session till the last session, what you have said in a scene over there, watch it multiple times, keep those things in your mind, vomit it over there. They will immediately hire you. But remember, without watching these particular things, if you just go with the help of your certificate, then securing a job will be difficult. Why? Because ultimately, at the end of the day, knowledge will help you get the job. Certification is good to have, but not a mandatory thing. Okay, so keep this thing in your mind, guys. So only appear for the certifications where you are having a little bit of comfortability. Then you prepare yourself. What will happen? Very easily you can clear it. Okay. Yeah. Anirudh, any other queries you're having?
Yeah, I just want to know this. So what we have learned, as you said, is
Mhm.
actually broken into nine different certifications. Is it? So
Exactly.
that's the okay.
Exactly.
So we have learned everything in Ariba, but the certification could be broken into nine areas. Whatever.
Exactly. Exactly.
Okay.
9 areas over there. Now you must decide which one you want to go. But my suggestion is don't listen to everybody else. See, if you listen to your colleagues over there, they will say, I have applied for integration. Now, for integration, it's the most complex thing. Try to attempt it at the last. So try to
Mhm.
go for the upstream and downstream. Within the upstream and downstream, you can determine for yourself in which modules or you can say sub modules you're very much confident. Then prepare for that particular document using that particular certification document. Read it. Once you have completed it, then you attempt those questions which we have given to all of you. That particular questions which has already appeared in Ariba certification. Once you do this thing, you go for certification, huge chances there that you will clear the certification. Why? Because this is what we have received as a feedback from all our participants till now.
Okay.
95% of the participants, when they will follow this particular schedule, this planning, and then they will go for certification, they will clear it. But if you don't
Oh,
follow this schedule, what will happen is like the chance will come down over there. So that is why we will suggest all of you that use this uh, planning, use this particular thing, be prepared, don't follow any other colleagues or your friend who
mhm.
might have done in a separate way.
Okay. Okay. So currently, a lot of people ask us which part in Ariba you are doing. So
Hmm.
we tell them everything. So that's correct what we are
No, no,
saying, right?
don't say everything over there. Why everything means like you are a Superman.
No,
Okay,
no.
just
What
say
we are
yeah,
learning. I
yeah,
mean, not
yeah, yeah.
that.
Definitely, definitely. You can say like yes, I'm work. I've worked in upstream. You've worked in downstream. Don't say everything. Why? Because see, everything means like some interviews are there. See, if you tell to me, if I am taking your interview, I've worked on everything, then I will say, okay, everything means what? You tell me. But some people over there, they are very defensive player. Okay.
Mhm.
So they will immediately say, everything. How can you learn everything over there? Because they will think like everything no consultant can understand over there.
Okay.
And rightly said. Why? Because see, just working in the first project in Ariva, you're not supposed to learn each and everything over there. Basically, we have that is why we have dumped our 7.5 years of
No, no, I
exposure over
understand.
here.
No, no, at least we
Yeah,
have gone through everything. That's what I mean to say. You know, we have
exactly,
gone
exactly.
through upstream, downstream integration,
Yeah,
everything we have gone through. Okay,
yeah,
expertise is a different thing, which will come
yeah,
later. But at least we have all these things we have gone through. At least that's what
exactly,
that is
exactly, exactly.
sufficient.
From
I mean,
training
that is
purpose, yeah,
sufficient. Yeah, yeah,
that is more
uh,
than sufficient right now to start with
yeah.
your career over there. But remember, as I said, that once you have done your first project, don't think like you should work only in normal Ariba over there. Why? Because right now advanced Ariba is coming. It is insignificant right now, but down the line 2 years or 3 years, what will happen, it will take up a good proportion, and
Mhm.
after 4 to 5 years, almost you can say
Yeah,
the market will be saturated with advanced Ariba over there.
yeah, yeah.
So keep this
So
thing in your
this,
mind.
yeah, so this currently what we have done, that is sufficient to start a career in Ariba. There is no advanced Ariba right now is not required. That's what.
Yeah, yeah, right now please don't look at advanced Ariba, please don't look at it. Why? Go and work in a project. After first project you have completed, then in the
Yeah,
second project, then immediately see, if you don't know advanced Ariba, nobody will give you a opportunity to work in advanced Ariba over there. So you have to
yeah.
learn this advanced Ariba. So after completing your first project, then only you should think about it, guys.
But that also can be learned in the project. I mean, the training like this.
Yeah. We
The-
also provide the training over here. See,
okay.
we generally, but there we will say as a prerequisite that procurement domain knowledge will not, that is the first prerequisite. But the second prerequisite is you must have done at least one real project over there.
Yeah.
Once you have done it, then only you can come. Why? Because see, we are very very careful in this part, because we will never say to all of you that if you do this training, okay, you will immediately get a job. But what we say to all of our thing is like, is it ethical thing which we are doing? Why? Because see, we are also a Ariba consultant. Eraj, me, Sana,
Mhm.
all of us are, SAP consultant over there. We have also been in your shoes over there. So what is ethical, we will do that particular thing only. So that is why we will say to all of you that advanced Ariba, if you are not having real exposure, learning
Mhm.
it will be a wastage of your money.
Okay. Okay.
So that is why
And,
we say to all of our participants over here, once you're having at least one real-time project exposure, then if you
mhm.
come to us, we will say, okay,
Yeah.
we will take you. But before that, we will also suggest to all of you, please don't do it. Why? Because it's a wastage of your money.
So currently, it is sufficient to start the Ariba career with this
Exactly.
what we have done. And is
Exactly.
certification also a prerequisite? No, for
No. Certification is never a prerequisite over here. As I said, in the interview, you will be judged based on the experience and the exposure which you're going to show over there. So, how you can show it? You can show that yes, you have worked in one implementation project. Along with that, a support project, not more than that. And guys, please remember one thing: please don't write in your CV that you are having 5 years of exposure in Ariba.
okay. No, but
Okay,
currently we have
just
no
write.
implementation experience because we have just done the
No, no,
training.
no,
We
no,
have
no,
not done
no, no,
implementation.
no, 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 no. You can write. You can write, because with this amount of knowledge which we have
Okay.
seen in our sessions, if you are able to remember at least 60% of the things what we have taught you in the training, that is why I'm saying keep this knowledge with you. And if you
Okay.
can vomit that 60% in the interview, interviewer will definitely take you. Why? Because they will know that this kind of issues, this kinds of things, generally it will be only be only can be recited by a consultant who has worked in a project.
Hmm.
These
Yeah.
are not theoretical in any way, so they will immediately give you the job. So that is why I'm saying that yes, in your CV you can diplomatically write, yes, I have worked with a client for one implementation and another client with support over there. Overall, whatever is your total experience, you can keep. But in Ariba, please don't write more than 2 years. Why? Because this particular exposure which we have seen in our sessions, it can justify the 2 years of exposure in Ariba.
Okay.
More
Okay.
than
Fine.
that,
I understood.
actually, if you can remember the 100%, then you can put three and then half years to somewhere around 4.5 years. But
No, but if they
most of the
ask you details,
participants,
if they ask you
yeah,
the
yeah.
details, that's well, the details
No,
which
not in
projects.
details, not in details, not in details. See, they will not ask you these projects. See, the question is like, if you say, yes, you have done the template configuration over there with the workflow configuration over there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you will say you have also done the workflow configuration in downstream. Okay. So you will say that particular thing, yes, you have done the approval lookup table over there. Then if you say 5 years of exposure, they will ask you how you can differentiate when you will use the approval workflow, that means the dynamic approval workflow or the static approval workflow. Now this particular thing also we have covered in our session, but I can totally understand that most of you guys will not remember the answer over here in the interview. Why? Because we have known this thing. Why? Because we have worked on this particular project, it has become memorized in our mind. But for all of you, since you are seeing this thing first time, you will not remember it. So yes, you can say, yes, I have worked in dynamic approval workflow. See, we will use this approval lookup table, we will do this thing. But how to differentiate between static and dynamic, that particular thing you won't be able to say. So that is why I'm saying, yes, this particular knowledge, if you can remember each and everything in this point over there, you can write 4.5 years to 5 years. But remember, 100% nobody can remember. Generally it will be
Okay.
around in the range of 50 to 60%. Maximum it can be 70%, not more than that. So that is
So
why
you can say
write
two and
two
a half,
to
three
two and a half
years. You can
years
say two and a half,
two and a
three
half
years.
years in Ariba.
Okay.
So that is more than enough to give you a first break over there. See, you are not going to join as a, the senior most consultant in the project over there, or let's say
Yeah.
module lead over there.
Yeah. One of the three, four Ariba consultants, something like that. Yeah. So
Exactly. You will be joining as a one of the four Ariba consultant over there, work in the first project, then you
mhm.
learn advanced Ariba, then you can go over there as a lead over there. Saying yes, I have real exposure, I know advanced Ariba. Advanced Ariba right now, if you ask what is SAP field class in the market, nobody will know this thing. They will say,
Yeah.
What are you asking?
And what is the uh, maybe percentage of Ariba, among the SAP users in the implementations? I mean, how many people have implemented Ariba buyer for among the SAP users?
Okay, so basically, see, right now, among the SAP users, currently, I will say till 2015,
Mhm.
how we used to see Ariba will not show you the exact details over there, but we can understand this thing. So
Yeah.
whenever we used to have raise a SR or ER over there, Ariba used to come up within one working day, and they
Mm-hmm.
used to say, okay, we are looking into your issue within 2 working days. That issue got used to got resolved. Now from 2000 specifically 18, okay, we are seeing when we are raising an SR, those guys are coming back to us after 3 working days, and then they are saying, okay, we will have a look. And after 7 to 8 working days, or maybe sometimes even 10 working days, the issues are getting resolved. So basically we are escalating this thing to our account executive, and account executive is saying we cannot do anything. Why? Because there is so many projects going around, and
Oh,
so many people are raising an SR that our support team is getting overburdened. They have to work somewhere in between 18 to 19 hours. So in
oh,
that particular sense, you can see there is a lot of projects right now. Now remember, there are a lot of customers who know that SRM is going to be obsoleted by 2024, I think. Okay, these customers
mhm.
have still not replaced their SRM with Ariba over there. So this particular project are yet to come right now. So that is why I was saying that this particular moment over here will see exponential growth, and we have already seen exponential growth over there, but we are going to see much more exponential growth from 2020 till 2024. But after 2025, what will happen is like it will not stagnate, but it will become like, okay, the demand and supply will almost map up over there. So that is why this is the correct time to start your career in Ariba.
Okay, okay. So up to 2025, it is a good time. Yeah.
Yeah, but don't wait till 2025. My
No, no,
suggestion,
no, of course
go
not.
in
Yeah.
2020. Why? Because till 2025, you will be having 4 years of exposure. You will have done 3 to 4 projects over there. You have already learned normal Ariba. Then you have worked in normal Ariba projects. Then you have learned advanced Ariba, and you're working in not only Ariba but as well as field glass. So basically, at that point of time, all of you will be having a very stable career, having a high
Yeah.
salary, and then you will be going just as a lead consultant or module consultant over there.
Yeah. Okay. But some people were saying typically the Ariba projects are around 1 or 2 months, not more, and all that.
I think I
So
think I think that is a myth over here. Let me tell
okay,
you, upstream means 5 to 6 months of implementation time. Okay,
okay.
only downstream 9 to 10 months. And if you
Oh,
combine both the upstream and downstream, that will be somewhere between 1 year, 1 month to 1 year, 4 months.
okay. So around 15, 16 months roughly, including
Exactly.
the integration with the ERP and all that. So
Exactly. Minimum, this is the thing. And if somebody is saying 1 month, see, that is a test system. If you give me a test system, I can do that within 3 weeks also. But
yeah,
test system implementation is never done in your
yeah.
real life, right?
Live implementation is different than the test. Yeah, I know.
Exactly. So that particular thing will at least take 5 to 6 months only for upstream. Downstream, 8 to 9 months. Upstream plus downstream, more than 1 year. It can, go on till, if it is a complex thing, it can go till half and half year, 1.5 year.
1.5 year. Yeah, yeah. And when you say support, that means the day-to-day maintenance of the Ariba, is it? I mean,
Exactly.
support.
Once you worked in implementation project,
Yeah.
let's say the client is very cool. So what he will try to do is like he will not try to leave the organization over there, or basically
Mhm.
leave the client over there. So you will work in your support activity. So basically there you have to look into day-to-day activity issues like integration issues, data issues, that particular thing you have to look. Apart from that, you also have to work with CR, because client will also change their requirement. Their approval workflow will change in each financial year. Okay, now their business rule will also change over there. So that is also the functional configuration thing which you will be also doing in a support project. So don't
Okay.
think functional configuration you will not do anything in the support. Yes, you have to do at least 60% of your activity will be functional configuration. 40% of the activity will be your day-to-day issues.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Thanks. Great, Manoj. Thanks a lot for everything. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, welcome Anirudh. Yeah, so guys, keep this thing in your mind over here, and uh, as I said, keep learning, never stop. Why? Because once you stop over there, okay, then you have to think about your job. And if you keep learning and you keep moving forward, then company has to think about keeping you. So they will think about your job. Oh, I need to give this guy some more benefits, some more salary hike compared to the other guys. Why? Because this guy is an asset for me, not a liability. So keep this thing in your mind, guys. Okay, and stay in touch over there. And a humble request to all of you guys that uh, if you are having any colleagues or friends who wants to learn Ariba over there, okay, so you can refer them to us. Okay, yeah. So once again, let us conclude our session for this whole batch, guys. But stay in touch. Once again, thanks, Harsha, for conducting this session. Thanks all of you guys for participating in our session. Stay in touch with each other as well as with me. Yeah, thanks, guys. Yeah, let's conclude, guys.